Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for the 24th of May, 2022. I shall call a meeting to order at 9 a.m. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written communication information provided may be included in public documents as per Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act 40-1. With that, you have had an agenda circulated. Are there any additions or deletions to that agenda? Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I would like to motion that we move 7.2 to 4.11 as I have the utmost faith in our selected leader, and I truly feel that we can move that particular item up to 4.1.1.
Okay. Yes, I think we can probably do that if you wish. So we will be moving 7.2 to 4.1 or 4.2. And Councillor Ratcliffe, did you have one you wanted to?
Yes, I'd like to add an item to the agenda. I suggest 5.3 for the short discussion about options around the airport and instructions to the ICC.
Okay, thank you for that. Any additional additions? Seeing none, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Swanson, any further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Also, the minutes of the 10th of May's meeting have been circulated as well. Were there any errors or omissions noted? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Cermak, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. That brings us down to item 4.1, which is the RMA fall resolutions. And I'll maybe turn that across to Mr. Hagan.
Good morning, Reeve Lahi. Good morning, Council. I will actually ask Director Haggart to address that item, please.
Good morning, Reeve Lougheed, members of Council. I'm Christine Haggart, Director of Emergency and Legislative Services. As Council is well aware, at the Rural Municipalities of Alberta, both Spring and Fall Convention, resolutions are discussed and voted on by the members individually. Resolutions are crucial to the RMA advocacy efforts as they allow municipalities to have a direct role in identifying priority issues that require action by other levels of government. Resolutions are typically directed towards the provincial or federal government seeking change to either legislation, regulations, or policy, or to address funding or program issues experienced across municipalities in Alberta. You can also encourage alternative policy approaches related to rural issues. RMA's resolution governance process was updated, their policy was updated last year. Attached to our council's information just as a background. A resolution must be first voted on at the division level or the district level before proceeding on to the RMA conventions. So Clearwater County is a member of RMA Central District 2, and the deadline for fall resolutions is in September. And the next Central District meeting is scheduled to take place October 7th in Starland County. So in advance of the Central District 2 meeting, members of council typically secure a seconder for any resolutions which they wish to bring forward. And that's a requirement of the resolution in order to proceed to district vote. And then if it passes at the district, it then can proceed on to the RMA for discussion and voting. Since this council was elected in October of 2021, administration has heard a few different suggestions for resolution topics, including EMS response increases that have been provided by the fire services and some requests for additional funding related to that. Public lands, camping passes, and requests for some funding being directed to municipalities for the efforts that result as part of that process. And as well, change to legislation to reduce speeds when passing school buses. So again, council will recall a few months back, we had a delegate and council passed the motion to support a resolution being considered by District 2 related to school buses passing when the ambers are flashing. Staff also wanted to make council aware that county administration heard from Ponoka County administration recently, and they noted they are intending to write a resolution seeking provincial funding for EMS response, and they'll be looking for a seconder. So that was just a heads up for council. I haven't seen that resolution come to our table yet, but I'll bring that to you if they choose to ask us to be a seconder. And administration is seeking council's direction on any or all of the resolutions in which they would like to see drafted before September so that you have a chance to take a look at them and pass them at this table. So I'm going to turn that over to council for discussion.
Thank you for that. I see Councillor Melhoff, your light is on. Comments around resolutions?
Perfect, thank you. I sent a letter back in the fall, or an email back in the fall, looking towards the camping pass. I think that with the amount of extra tax dollars we end up putting into our West Country because of how beautiful it is and how sought after it is from the general public, we end up putting more money into enforcement, more money into search and rescue, their budget, because we assist them with their budget as well, garbage, etc. I think that would be a really good one to understand where that funding is going. And it may already be something that is in the works that the provincial government already has laid out. I have not been able to find anything showing where that funding is currently going. So I truly feel that would be a good place. At the ASB meeting last week, we discussed potential options of looking at it from an environmental protecting agriculture direction. So I'm hoping that the two departments will be able to work together to see if that can fit together or if they should be separate. That's kind of my thoughts on the camping pass one. And we all know that I would be totally on board with seconding that EMS resolution.
And Councillor Graham?
Oh, thank you, Reeve Lougheed. It's important for Christine, or for Director Haggard to have some notes there. I completely agree with everything Councillor Melhoff said. I think that any of these would be great resolutions to bring forward. The bus one is definitely one that's near and dear to my heart, so I would push for that one. I know that they're now struggling with people passing on the right-hand side of a bus, dropping kids off at Diamond J. So I feel like that's something that it doesn't directly affect our municipality, but it also does. If no one stands up for these kids and these bus drivers, then it's just going to get worse, I think. And if we brought some attention to that, maybe the province would realize what's going on there. So that's my thoughts on that.
Thank you for that. Any additional comments around potential resolutions? Do you have enough to kind of know where, I guess my comments are definitely the camping pass idea. I think there is a new revenue stream that's been created with the province's outline and what they're doing there, but they haven't really shown where those funds will go to, and I think it'd be nice to be part of the solution is how to administer those funds at some point of time where they most directly affect us. So hopefully we can be part of that discussion through a resolution. And Councillor Ratcliffe, sorry.
I just have to say I agree with the comments of both Councillor Graham and Councillor Melhoff for those resolutions. It's a good idea.
So do we need a motion to send staff down that direction? Okay, so I'd be looking for a motion then to have staff formulate potential resolutions around those three areas, and then come back to council at a later date for feedback on those resolutions. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm also curious about how many resolutions we should be looking at building at one time. I know that they get those meetings become very, very full, so yeah. I'm curious what our thoughts are on that, or if we just build the resolutions and make the decisions going forward.
So any time I think a resolution comes forward, for instance, the camping one, it may be more specific to those along those people, those municipalities along the foothills, and not a level of interest in perhaps the eastern side. So overall RMA convention type resolution may not gather the same interest as it does even with our central zone. So I guess, you know, the EMS issue and perhaps the school bus issue is something that would be more provincially, have a greater provincial potential for interest.
Building that resolution.
I believe
It
that's what
potentially,
that's
we
what
have
I'm
not officially been asked.
understand, yeah.
But, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Haggard?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and I was just gonna answer Councillor Melhoff's question, and it does vary. Sometimes you'll see a dozen or so resolutions coming forward to RMA. And there was a time when there was, you know, many more than that, and that can kind of dilute the intent of having very specific items going forth to government. So certainly a consideration, and in this case, it would be potential of 2 resolutions, and then they may be vetted at the district level as well. So that might also narrow the scope down by the time it gets to RMA. So I wouldn't want to discourage 2, doesn't sound unreasonable for sure. And if we hear from Pinoca, we'll bring that to council's table for consideration to second the EMS one.
Great, thank you. So again, anybody interested in making that motion? Councillor Melhoff.
Absolutely, Reeve. I could make that motion that we direct administration to draft resolutions surrounding camping pass funding direction and school bus speed legislation.
Okay. Any further discussion then? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Brings us to item, which will be item 4.2. We're moving ahead a little bit here, but this is appointment of the Chief Administrative Officer, and I will turn it across to Mr. Hagan to start.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So as noted in the background to the agenda item, with the resignation of the last Chief Administrative Officer as of January 18th, Council appointed me, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services, to serve as the Interim CAO effective January 19th. Since then, Council hired an executive search firm, find potential candidates to fill the CAO position. After conducting several interviews, Council made the decision to hire Rick Emmons, to my left, as CAO effective today, May 24th, 2022, as per the Municipal Government Act, Section 205, Subsection 2, Clearwater County's Bylaw 1049. Appointment of Mr. Emmons to the CAO position is by resolution of Council. And I'm very pleased to turn it back to you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Again, we're here for the 2 staff recommendations today. The first will be to appoint Mr. Emmons as Chief Administrative Officer, and I was wondering if anybody would be willing to make that motion. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Firstly, I wanted to thank Mr. Hagan for keeping the ship afloat all these months while you allowed council to have the time to make the decision and the many weeks of discussions on said decision. So I very much appreciate that, and I would be happy to make that motion appointing Mr. Evans as our Chief Administrative Officer for Clearwater County.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Well, welcome on board again, Mr. Emmons. It's great to have you here. I'm going to echo the comments of Councillor Melhoff and thank Mr. Hagan for aptly stepping into that position for the last number of months. It's great to have the depth in our organization that we have, and thank you so much for that, filling that position in the interim. Incredible job, and also a special thank you to staff for making the best of a somewhat challenging situation at time, but staff really stood up, and again, that depth of the organization is just incredible, and I'm very proud to be part of that. So I'll give this opportunity if Mr. Emmons wants to say a few words. If not, we're just glad to have you here and welcome, and we'll try to take it easy on you on the first bit here, but we never know.
Thank you very much, Reeve Lougheed and Council. It is honestly a privilege to be back. Enjoyed retirement, but truly learned what a hole it left in my life. Clearwater County is very near and dear, and I know those words resonate true with everyone at this table, because truly what you guys do is for community. So thank you very much, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you.
Thank you. Item 2 on here is that council approves the Chief Administrative Officer employment agreement dated May 20th, 2022, setting out the terms and conditions of employment and authorizes the Reeve and Deputy Reeve to sign the agreement on behalf of Clearwater County. I believe that's been circulated. Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would gladly make that motion, and I would also just echo Councillor Melhoff and Reeve, excuse me, Reeve Lougheed, what they said with Deputy CAO Hagen, I guess we should call you now, Director Hagen, I'm not really sure, with you and staff for keeping the train moving here, and welcome home, CAO Emmons. It's good to have you back. And yeah, I would make that motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Any additional discussion around that motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Takes us down to item 5. It's more specifically item 5.1, and that's River Road, Range Road 73-A, and that's the grading project tender award. And I believe this will be going across to Eric.
Yes, good morning. Eric Hansen, Director of Public Works Infrastructure. Good morning, Reeve Lougheed, all the council. Just briefly there, on behalf of the leadership team and all staff, I'd like to welcome back CAO Emmons there to his role. We are ecstatic to have him back and look forward to a great number of years with him. So this item here I have in front of you, River Road, Range Road 73 Grading Project Tender Award, which is, it's a little bit different than some of the other items I've brought in front of council before. The difference with this one is that we've gone through the tendering process and it's came in over budget. So projects that are approved in the budgeting process that are tendered and come under budget don't require council approval. Administration just moves forward with awarding those projects and moving ahead with them. This one specifically, we tendered out and came in approximately $300,000 over budget. So I'm here today to present the details of that item and look for your guidance on what you'd like to do with this project. So there again, Clearwater County recently tendered the reconstruction of River Road, Range Road 73A, north of Highway 11A to Highway 11. It's approximately 4 kilometers in preparation for our base pave project for next year. Also included in that is our little 300-meter pedestrian gravel pathway from the bridge on 11A up to the North Saskatchewan River Park. So that gravel pathway is included in this project as well. So to be clear, this is just a reconstruction of the road in preparation for next year. Tender opening was held on May 5th at 2 p.m. We only received 3 bidders, which was lower than normal. But there seems to be a lot of work with the Highway 11 twinning projects and other municipalities and the province there. So definitely the tender or the bidder turnout was a lot lighter than what we would normally expect. The low valid bidder was Paradox Access Solutions. The contractor supplied schedule includes commencing August 15th with a completion date of October 2nd. And the estimated cost of this project now is about $281,000 above the 2022 budgeted amount. Included in the item are the 3 bids. So we ranged from $1.5 million from Paradox Access Solutions up to 2.6. So there was quite the spread between those 3 bids. There's also a detailed breakdown with the construction, the contingency amount, engineering costs. So that brings up the total project cost amount up to $1.9 million approximately. So We have been very fortunate with most of our tenders this year. The examples I provided was that we did save money on the Nordic paving projects, the Nordic residential subdivision phase 2, as well as the Leslieville fire training area. You know, and just also throw in there was the Hall Access Road. It's not a large project, but, you know, we did see some cost savings there in relation to our budgeted amounts. This project's seen an increase in 3 major bid items. They include the borrow material, gravel, surfacing, and fencing. As we've seen a large increase in our fuel prices over the last couple of months, that could easily be attributed to the borrow material is a mobile, you know, it's a transported cost as well as the gravel surfacing. The 2022 budget included $1.652 million for this project, and it was funded through capital grant revenue, so MSI money was identified to fund this project. If council wishes to move forward with this project this year, Mr. Hagan and Mr. Ann actually assured me that there's enough MSI money there to move forward with funding the balance of this project. Or we could, or council could choose another restricted surplus account of their choosing. Or not choose to move forward with the project altogether, I guess, is the third option that's not presented here today. So with that, there's 2 recommendations that are coming from staff here to council today. The first being the council awards the River Road, Range Road 7-3A reconstruction grading project to Paradox Access Solutions, Inc. And the second recommendation would be that council approves the revised budget of $1.933400 for the River Road, Range Road 7-3 reconstruction grading project, with the additional $281,400 to be funded through the capital grant revenue, or also known as MSI funding. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, and Councillor Melhoff first.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious, and you may not have the numbers in front of you, and I apologize if it's an offline or an out-of-line question. What kind of savings did we see in the Nordig, Leslieville, all of those projects? Did they equal out to this overage? I know that will affect how that doesn't affect how we're moving the money around in Ms. Herhan's world, that's different, but what are we looking for savings in those 3 areas?
Yeah, I don't have the combined total of all 3, but it's more than the $281,000 that we're looking
Okay,
at
so
here.
across.
We did quite well.
So across our projects will be definitely still in the positive side.
Yeah,
on the good
and I'm
side.
going to caveat that because Mr. Magnus may be in front of you. I know there's some large water sewer projects for Condor Leslieville that still need to come. So, you know, you need to look at Public Works as a whole, and you know, I'm hoping for competitive pricing there. We've seen water sewer projects tend to be more competitive than the grading projects. So my fingers are crossed for Mr. Magnus on his current projects that they come in under budget. But that will come to pass here shortly.
Perfect, thank you.
And maybe you could remind me when those tenders are closing on those other major projects? It's at the end of this month, is it?
Yeah, I believe it would be in the capital projects report. I believe one of them's out to tender right now, and the other one I believe is going to be shortly. So those updates should be in there.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments? If not, I'd be looking for a motion as per the first staff recommendation. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I'll make the motion that council awards the River Road project, reconstruction grading project to Paradox Access Solutions.
Any additional discussion, questions? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And then that takes us to recommendation number 2, that council approves the revised budget of $1.93 million and change for the River Road, Range Road 7-3A reconstruction grading project, with the additional $281,400 to be funded through capital grant revenue, MSI funding. Anybody to make that motion? Councillor Councillor Melhoff. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And that brings us to item 5.2, which is contractor rate review. And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Due to my ownership in a gravel trunk company and a pecuniary interest with this item, I will be recusing myself.
Thank you for that. So I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Hanson again.
Perfect. Yes, so with the revision of the hiring of equipment policy last year, it was determined that it's best that we bring back the equipment rates annually for discussion, and there's lots to discuss. You know, we've seen an incredible increase in the amount of fuel this year, and there's been, we're all aware of the cost of operations and living there, that increase we've seen for our residents and our contractors throughout. So this is my absolute pleasure to bring this item for council for discussion. Clearwater County contractor equipment rates have historically been based on a percentage of the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association equipment rental rates guide. The percentage ranged from 75 to 87% of the ARHCA equipment rates, depending on the equipment type. So for the benefit of the new council, the Alberta Road Builders book is a peer-reviewed book that comes with a set of basically industry standard rates. The members include large construction companies, large paving companies, and annually they put out a book of revised rates. It's also important to note that the way that the rates change annually as new equipment gets included, as well as newer equipment as it comes on gets the highest rate, then that would be in a current model category. And then after 5 years, so if it was 2017 to 2022, that's a current model. Anything from 2017 back 5 years is a non-current model. And then anything previous to that it's actually a previous model, sorry. So it's important to know that peer-reviewed book, they set their own rates. What Clearwater County does is that we look at the market availability, we canvass our other contractors in the local area for comparisons, and then we provide a recommendation to council for what these rates would be. Ultimately, this council can decide what percentage is paid in relation to that book. We're coming with a recommendation here today. So the current rate schedule, which is attached to Schedule A in the agenda, is a list of commonly used equipment that is used by the county for our day labor projects. So this is day labor projects only. So this includes the gravel road rehabilitation program, drainage works projects, ditching program, summer, winter gravel, dust control program is another one that we throw in there. So any day labor projects that we use, hire local contractors to do our work. So typically, annually is about $6 million in total is what these projects would all add up to. So a little bit more history. Council last reviewed and approved the current rates on May 11th, 2021. At that time, staff recommended removing a 5% fuel index as the current fuel price was only slightly above average. So backing up a little bit farther, council graciously, there was a spike in fuel, I believe, and back in 2019. The council of the day put on the 5% fuel index. So as we went and presented the rates last year, the recommendation was actually to remove it, but it was council's decision to actually leave it on because of the other stresses that came with the contractor world. That really brings us to our recommendation to actually add the 5% back into the base rate paid against that book rate, and then we will deal with the fuel index separately. So council approved the 2021 rate schedule and opted to maintain the 5% fuel index as per resolution 197/2021. Further to this, council made a motion to complete a survey for current and past contractors, which provided feedback to council, subsequently amending the hiring equipment policy as per the attached, as well as a administrative procedure. So it was a really great process that we engaged our contractor community. We got some really good feedback on the highlighted elements of that policy, looking for change. It was great discussion with council. It was right before, I think the last approval of that policy was just before the election. But we, that we had the entire summer there to gather that feedback and provide, I think, which is actually reaffirmed a lot of the policy items there with some revisions as well. So historically, council has directed administration to manage the equipment rates in a way that allows the municipality to compensate the contractors in a manner that the market will facilitate. In essence, a supply and demand philosophy. It's not our goal to be the highest paid owner in this municipality. We want to have a competitive rate. People want to work for Clearwater County because of the quality of life, the proximity to our local centers. We know that our work is not going to take you to Fox Creek or Valley View, so there are some benefits, working for Clearwater County. So Clearwater County would pay an economical rate while still being able to obtain the required equipment to undertake the programs and share out the work. So there again is another thing we have to evaluate is when we phone for 8 gravel trucks, can we get them? Will they come work for us for our rates? That's something that we also have to consider. So we are continuously evaluating the local market comparators, feedback from our local contractors to assist in recommending equipment rates to council. And there again, we know that the operational cost of our local contractors has increased, as is done, not just for the contractors, for everyone. And of course, we already discussed about the ARHCA rates, how they modify their rates. So staff is recommending increasing the percentage paid compared to the ARHCA rates from 75% to 87%, which is our range depending on the equipment category. We're recommending moving up to 80 to 92%. This is depending on that equipment type. The percentage is determined as it compares to contractor availability, local market, and the most recent ARHCA rates. So on that large spreadsheet that's attached, on average, there will be a 3% increase for all equipment categories, not including the fuel index. That's really light when you look at the non-fuel burning equipment. There wasn't much movement at all. Some of the equipment went from a current model or a non-current model to a previous model, which is a real decrease. But I would say there's probably closer to a 5 to 6% increase on most of the categories that we actually use regularly. Some of the highest ones being actually in the truck and pup, or the transporting equipment categories. So in that large spreadsheet, you can see that actually the increase as it compares to the 2021 rate with the revised 2022 rate. So moving on to the fuel index. So as per paragraph 12 of the hiring equipment policy, to ensure a fuel index is applied to the rate of fuel burning equipment in the event fuel prices rise significantly, directors are authorized to add or remove a fuel index based on the calculation outlined in the administrative procedure. Clearwater County receives regular updates on fuel pricing from our suppliers. Records indicate there has been a 53% fuel increase in May compared to the previous 12 months. Due to this significant increase, staff is recommending an 8% fuel index to be added to our hourly rate of fuel burning equipment. So I've provided a small graph there for council's benefit. Our average fuel price for the last 12 months was about $1.15 a liter. We've seen an increase up to $1, so the top of that blue line is $1.76. It's, and unfortunately, it's not projecting to be coming down anytime soon. So we are recommending that 8% fuel index at this time. So with that, again, I've attached how these rates compare to the 2021. There's basically an increase almost across every category. We'll have to continue to monitor the fuel index as that's such a large fluctuation and it's a large cost. So the administrative procedure does allow us to revisit it. It doesn't specify it's only annually. So I would assume if we see a big increase or decrease in relation to that, we would be back, we'd be back to increase, we could be back in front of council again to have that discussion. Hopefully that doesn't happen. We level out for the course of our construction season and not have this discussion until spring next year. So back to our recommendation. The council reviews the information provided and approve the 2022 Clearwater County equipment rates as amended and direct staff to include a revised rate schedule in the hiring equipment policy as the new Schedule A. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious what the cost difference is between contracting and having in-house employees to do the work.
It's very subjective to the type of equipment. There's going to be good examples of times that we could have our own equipment. Plow trucks is the great example that It's still more economical for availability, because there's multiple factors, not just cost that comes with setting up for having in-house equipment versus contractors. And then also, but the majority of that comes down to the philosophy of council. We have a community that's full of contracted equipment and contractors. We have, there would be nothing better than for Clearwater County to own a backhoe or a large excavator, but you don't have to go very far down the street and you can hire one of those. So that's the idea of having a very competitive rate, usually on the lower side. We're not gonna deny that our rates are typically lower, but it's the fact that, if that availability of that equipment there, we can still get qualified operators, then why would we bring on the increased cost of a staff member as well as the long-term cost of another piece of equipment? So each category, you could go through and find the cost benefit to say, this is the cost for us to run the equipment versus to hire. Right now, our fleet is designed with, basically, we only have, for construction equipment, for example, we only have packers, because we know that hiring like 815 packers, for example, is cost prohibitive to put a contractor will throw a senior or a junior staff member or a summer student on, which we could do the same. So that's why we own packers. It doesn't require a high qualified or highly skilled operator. It allows us to bring on high school students, college students, etc. And the rate is quite high when you hire that type of equipment from a contractor. So there again, it's just been more of a philosophy that, if those types of equipment are readily available in the community, then we wouldn't typically bring those on for ourselves as part of our fleet.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So overall, it's more economical for us to contract many of these services out than hiring in-house.
Yes, that is absolutely fair to say, because with the additional equipment, you have additional staff. They say the long-term ownership costs of that equipment, it's very fair to say that we have a good system. We're unique, where you look at Lacombe County, they have their own equipment. They have their own buggies, at a $1.2 million a piece, whatever the replacement value on one of those would be. Plus you have to have those staff either laid off in the off season. And then, so you have Lacombe County that does all their work and all their own work, and then you have Red Deer County, which contracts just about everything out. They have hardly a fleet at all. They just run everything through contracted services. We're kind of a hybrid balance there, looking at, basically evaluating cost-effective solutions for, it does make sense for Clearwater County to have plow trucks, because the reliability, the level of service that we can provide when they're in-house compared to contractors makes sense for us. Graders, it only makes sense for us to have a couple graders instead of 14 or 15, whatever. I mean, greater beats, sorry. Greater beats, because, they're, again, readily available equipment. We get really competitive pricing on our greater beats, but it's still nice having those floating those two contractor or those two in-house graders to be able to respond at a moment's notice, or those remote areas where you cannot get a competitive price. So it's something that we've looked at throughout the years, and Mr. Emmons would probably chime in as well, because he has even more experience than I, and I'm doing my best to try to encapsulate the history of how we've managed our equipment and our fleet in this organization. So if Mr. Emmons has anything to add, I'd love to hear it.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. This Alberta Road Builders Rate Guide, is that a year behind, or is that current?
It's actually, they say it's current. So it's published in April of every year, and they actually include up to 2022 as their cycle. So it's as current and relevant as we can provide. And the nice part about the Alberta Road Builders book is that it's a peer-reviewed staple. So when somebody's not happy with the rates or how the classifications are created, really it is, and actually I know of local contractors actually have engaged the Alberta Road Builders there, and there was some mistakes made in that book, which everybody makes mistakes, but they actually identified those and actually made, actionable items there actually to rectify the issues that they're having with some of their other rates. So, so it is a current book.
Okay, I'm just wondering why we would want to increase our rates by 3% above that over. historical.
So to be clear, we only pay, like, as according to the chart, we have the Alberta Road Builders rate is the baseline. We pay between 75% and 87% of that. We're recommending an increase due to contractor availability and the operating costs for our contractors. So basically, last year I was gonna use as the example is the 5% fuel index. From an administrative perspective, it wasn't warranted, but council didn't want to see that 5% decrease coming off that contractor rate. So that's why we chose, I believe that's why council chose to keep it in. That's why this year we're recommending that saying, so let's deal, obviously council felt that was the more comfortable rate that they were ready, prepared to support. So it made sense to add that 5% onto that range and then deal with fuel index again.
Okay, perhaps I misunderstood, but the percentage that we pay the contractors, we have increased by 3% this year, is that correct?
Well,
Or it's just overall?
I was just
3%?
overall when you looked at the entire equipment list.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
And Councillor Cermak?
Yes, I would just like to clarify some preliminary interest in the tractor attachment. I would not be voting on that, but I feel quite confident in voting on a diesel increase for diesel powered equipment. The equipment that I would not bid on or vote on would be any attachments.
Okay, thank you for
Is that fair? Or
I
should I
believe so.
step out of the room?
I believe it would be up to you to feel your involvement in that. If there was any pecuniary interest, and that would be up to you to step out at that time.
No, I don't feel that I have any interest in diesel powered equipment, but I do in attachment, so I will not vote on attachments.
Okay, is there a way to create a barrier or something between?
If it's easier, I can step out.
It might be, if you've mentioned that you do feel concerned about some aspects of this item. My suggestion, it's probably easier if you step out.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Just touching briefly on this fuel index, how is that, the carbon tax impacted on this? Because to me, this is something that I know we can plan for, but at the same token, do we get and maybe this is not a direct question for you, maybe it's more for Mr. Hagan, do we get a tax rebate on that, gas tax rebate on any of that?
Not specific to the carbon tax, no.
No.
I mean, we will get the gas tax fund funding overall, but that's not related to the carbon tax. So we have no vehicle to recoup any of those price increases.
Okay. Follow up?
Go ahead, please.
So then the carbon tax specifically on these contractors, that's part of the reason why we're seeing a bit of increase then in prices as well. Has it been your experience with the RFPs as of late? Is there the same amount of contractors that are putting in? Or are we getting fewer contractors putting in?
Mr. Hanson.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say significantly less. It's really, unfortunately, in the last 10 years, we've actually seen a decrease in the amount of available contractors, especially the mid-sized contractors that bid on this type of work anymore. I can think of 5 off the top of my head. No need to throw names here today, but that historically bid on our work that are actually no longer in business. And I guess I'm proud to say that we've actually seen very competitive pricing on a lot of our tenders for the last 13 years since I started. I know 2007, 2008, just before I came on board with Clearwater County, asphalt was $125, $130 a ton. we didn't know how that was going to shake out, if we were going to be able to maintain our surface road inventory. And then in 2009, all the way up to 2017, we were seeing like $68 a ton asphalt. So we doubled up some of our programs. We increased their weight carrying capabilities on the majority of all of our surface roads. Unfortunately, I think what that creates though is that when you create such, it's great if it's like a commodity such as oil, but we're also seeing very competitive pricing there with the grading projects. And if there's no money in it, then people aren't gonna stay in business, right? So maybe we're seeing that paradigm shift to seeing that you're gonna have maybe the larger conglomerates are gonna be coming together and they will dictate what the price is. And, also the three contractors that we actually have bidding on the River Road, for example, I've never heard of either three of them. None of them we've ever worked with before. Paradox Access Solutions was a geotextile company that provide geotextile products as well as the engineering behind. They are fluent with road construction and design, and they're just branching out into actual road construction. They're taking that on as a new part of their organization. So it's not somebody that's been around years and years building road anymore. Fortunately, with the resumes that we requested, with the some of the other municipalities that have worked in the past, a lot of oil patch work for references was the word I was looking for. The references checked out, the resumes look decent on their staff, and I'm very confident in our project management staff to be able to, because it's not the first time we've actually assisted smaller companies there in reconstructing roads. Now, if it came to, the Beaver Flats Road, when we're looking at moving that large quantity of material, we'd definitely be looking at that a little bit more. When the quantity on River Road is quite small, it's a little bit more specialized. So we're 100% confident. We're 90% confident. Never say 100%. Very, very confident there that Paradox will be able to execute that job. But again, it's a company we've never heard of before, but we also have to be able to understand that this is the market and how it's changing.
I guess maybe a comment I would make, I think all the indicators show that we can expect high energy costs for the foreseeable future. So I think it's great that we're actually having this come to us today and decide that. And again, most of this is based, this is your kind of, I guess, maybe using the wrong term, but your day rate or your short-term contract, that's what these rates are affecting. Nothing to do with a tendered type project. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Swanson touched on a couple of questions that I had regarding the different grant funding options. The province was using the gas tax fund to lower the gas prices at the pump for Albertans. And I was very curious how that will affect, or if we know, and we may not know yet, how that may affect our future grants from the gas tech fund, which is now called Community Futures Fund, yes, I believe. I'm curious if we have any idea how them doing that will affect our grant ability.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. Point of clarification, Councillor Melhoff, the gas tax fund, now called Community Building Fund, is a federal initiative. It's administered through the provincial government, but it's completely separate from the gas tax that the provincial government recently took off the price at the pumps. So it's apples and oranges. Those are two different things completely.
Just the naming being the same. Perfect. Yes. Thank you. I'm glad I asked.
And maybe a question I would have, since it was referred to as a gas tax fund, that really, I think most of the equipment we're talking about here today in use is a diesel-powered equipment. Most industry uses that. So is the gas tax specifically only on gas, or is it on all equipment fuel as well?
Yeah, my understanding is it's related to gas primarily, or non-dyed diesel, because the relationship there is to the highway maintenance. So it's intended for road projects, that sort of thing. And typically Clearwater County, when we put in applications of that funding, we try to tie it to road maintenance as much as we can because there's such a direct relationship there.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Have any of these contractors ever complained that the rates we provide are insufficient to maintain their operations? We haven't contributed to any of these companies being out of business.
So are we referring to local contractors working hourly rates? Have they ever
Yes.
complained that the rates are too low? The answer is yes,
They have said they're insufficient.
yes. On some of the equipment categories.
Okay. And I assume you've made adjustments for.
Yes, and that's, we have over the past couple, really, and that's why, we include that, the percentage is not a secret, those are attached in the agenda here today, to how they compare, to the Alberta Road Builders book. Yeah, there has been some discussion with contractors that we've regularly used that there was time for an increase because of the operational increase. There's no denying that their costs have increased. The fuel is one thing when it comes to fuel index, that's where we can assist there, but we know that everything has gone up. The Road Builders book, I think it does well it says it accounts for it all. And I believe that if you actually look at the Road Builders rate itself, it's actually usually a little bit higher than our industry rate. That's why we only pay a percentage of that. So if we actually look at our comparables, and we do take a pretty good canvas and quite a few contractors to find out if somebody were to walk off the street and say, what is the hourly rate for this piece of equipment, to see what it was and how it compares to the Alberta Road Builders book. The stock rate here in this community is actually lower than what the Road Builders book is. That's why our rates we only pay a percentage of. I think we take it a little bit farther than like our neighbors there, Red Deer County, they just have a flat 85% across the board is the rate that they pay of the Alberta Road Builders book. I think there's more science to be done. There's more research to be done, because I think that like backhoes, for example, at 92 or 93%, because really availability of that equipment and that rate, needs to be paid at that rate. That's why we're making that recommendation. Whereas some of the other transporting equipment at 75 or 80%, we believe that's the appropriate rate and compared to the industry rate.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I understand there's a difference between percentile and percentage. I'm curious where this lands us with potential percentile. Like our employees, we try to keep them at the 65th, and I would like to try to keep even what we contract out potentially at the same thing. It just would make sense for us to be kind of equal across the board. I'm curious if this would be in alignment with those policies.
So the direction, from a policy perspective, there's no percentile that's indicated. We just use the percentage. That's how it's actually indicated in the policy itself. So that was one of the items right in the policy. So we can bring back to see what percentile, if we want to continue that conversation about, if you want to stay in a 65th percentile, 75th percentile, we can either do that the next time we revisit, or at a future meeting, and really it's up to you. I don't have that information in front of us today.
My thought was just to keep policies kind of congruent and try to keep it equitable between our staff and potential contractors, if we could. If that made sense.
It likely included a policy change.
Okay.
And that might take a fair amount of research in order to find comparable municipalities doing comparable work and actually have that information released, I suppose, to us. Is that something that can be done? And I would go across to Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. If I may further address Councillor Melhoff's question. Indeed, that winds back history. What we found when we established the rates back in the day was it's demographic. Supply and demand, to be blunt. In this area, Clearwater County is extremely blessed to have the equipment we have. We have a number of contractors, and when we get into the 65th percentile, as we do in a labor force, other municipalities don't. And actually a lot of municipalities, that's why they went to their own equipment, because they couldn't obtain a simple 200 traco or a buggy when needed to do their projects. In this area, we're extremely blessed to pick up the phone and be able to engage contractors and have that availability to us. So what we've always strived to do is walk that line of understanding that a private contractor has to make a profit, but we're the caretakers of the taxpayer's purse, and it's a reasonable profit. And that's why Public Works puts so much work into the percentage of the Alberta road builder rate. But to go to the 65th, that would be a difficult task because it's so demographic. It's based on the geography of this area, and we have a number of contractors which enabled us to actually reduce the Alberta road builder rates, whereas other municipalities have to actually add to the Alberta road builder rate to attract, and we're not there.
Goes back to the apples and oranges. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, I would be looking for a motion as per the staff recommendation. Councillor Swanson.
Sure. Council approves the 2022 Clearwater County equipment rates as amended and directs staff to include the revised rate schedule to the hiring of equipment policy as per schedule, as the new Schedule A.
Thank you for that. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all the work you and your group have done on keeping us in this middle ground in the costs.
I'm thinking maybe we'll take a 10-minute break here right now. It's a good time. That'll allow our other councillors to rejoin as well. So 10-minute break. Well, welcome back after our recess. That brings us to item 5.3, which was introduced to the agenda this morning by Councillor Ratcliffe. It's come to my attention that the nature of what Councillor Ratcliffe was going to request in there was already covered by a motion in the previous meeting and regarding to information around the airport. So with your permission, Councillor Ratcliffe, if you want to say anything about it, but I think it's already been covered, and I think you were agreeable to that. So I think if that works, we'll move on then to item 6, which is more specifically item 6.1, and that's first reading of bylaw 1122/22. Or sorry, we're joined by, and I, oh, okay, thank you for that. Thank you so much. So efficient, with just a whisper and they appear. This is great. Well, good morning again, and that item 6.1, first reading of bylaw 1122/22, and I'll turn it across to Mr. Bisson.
All right, thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, Council. Donnell Cole has an accepted offer to purchase Plan 932-1255, Block 1, Lot 1, which is part of the Southeast 838-7 west of the 5th, containing 35.9 acres. The subject land is in the Agriculture A District and is located 7.5 miles south of the town of Rocky Mountain House in the Cow Lake area. This application is for the redesignation of approximately 7.15 acres of the subject property to the Recreational Facility District for the purpose of developing a resort campground. The subject property, the subject area proposed to be rezoned will not be subdivided from the balance of the subject lands. The subject land is located southeast of Cow Lake, approximately a 1.5 miles north of Township Road 38-0, which is the Prairie Creek Road, along Range Road 7-4A, which is the old Everdale Road. The proposed site would be accessed via an existing approach from Range Road 7-4A, adjacent to the east property boundary. The subject land is currently undeveloped. Pending the outcome of this land use amendment, the applicants would like to create a resort campground with a maximum of 12 sites. The 12 sites being created will be available for long-term leaseholders to place a recreational cabin, a tiny home, or park model manufactured home on site. Leaseholders will also be allowed to park one recreational vehicle within the site boundaries. The resort campground will operate year-round. The sites will be serviced with power, water, and a septic holding tank. It will be up to the site leaseholders to supply their own camper, cabin, or tiny home. The developer has included some proposed rules in the package for the resort campground. Should council approve the land use amendment, the developer will need to obtain development approval for the resort campground. Issues such as stormwater management, water supply, traffic impact, dust mitigation, and a landscaping plan, among other things, will be addressed at the development permit stage of the process. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant is present at the meeting and will be is willing to speak to the proposal. As we go into some planning direction with the as we look at the county's MDP guiding principle 3.2.3, the development should be compatible with the capacity of the subject site and adjacent lands. 4.2.4, the development proposal that affects agricultural land is something that the county should consider, among a few other things, such as the nature and extent of farming activities in the area, predicted impact on sustainable agricultural production, the farmland assessment rating of the land and the adjacent lands. 4.2.6, in recognizing the importance of protecting water resources, considering a proposed development, the county shall consider impacts on surface water, impacts on the aquifer, quality and quantity of groundwater. 9.2.10, the development approval process, the county shall require the construction of roads and access to be built to county standard. Limit the number of and proximity of access points, require adequate setbacks, and require adequate sightlines. 9.2.15, the development shall meet provincial standards when it comes to water and wastewater services. 9.2.21, the county shall not approve a development if there is not an adequate supply of groundwater, and that's been proven out by a professional, qualified professional. 9.2.22, the ancillary water supply could be an ancillary water supply could be acceptable to the county. 11.2.21, to consider a proposed redesignation or development. The county may require the applicant to prepare an area structure plan or an outline plan. 11.2.22 just gives us some criteria for what an ASP or an outline plan could address. So for instance, site suitability, design and density, impacts on the natural capital and environment, effect on land use in the vicinity, traffic impacts, just to name a few. Section 12.2.2, the county shall implement the policies of any adopted ASP or outline plan. 12.2.3, when it comes to the county may require and to have it submitted by a qualified professional engineer any of the following studies: a geotechnical study, a traffic impact study, stormwater management plan, just to name a couple. When it comes to 12.2.4, the county will consider, where applicable, the following. When it comes to redesignating or developing land, impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on natural capital, including ag land, impact on the environment, road requirements, and county responsibilities that may result from the development. Moving on to the land use bylaw, I've included section 13.4 part 10, which is the general purpose of the recreational facility district. I've included the definition of a campground there. Section 3.5 part 10, when it comes to the development of a discretionary use, the development authority may apply any of the following conditions, including but not limited to the following. So we can regulate signage, we can require a landscaping plan, we can regulate the location, height, maintenance of fences or visual barriers, the design, character, and appearance of buildings, the location and amount of access to public roadways, and wildfire securities. Section 13.4 part 10L just deals with the maximum allowable density. If a campground is under 10 acres in size, the density is allowed to be 8 sites per acre. And at the current rate of 12 proposed units on 7 acres, she meets that density. Policy considerations. The main purpose of this application is to rezone 7.15 acres of the subject lands from agriculture to recreational facility for the purpose of developing a 12-site resort campground. The recreational facility is intended to accommodate and regulate the development of major intensive recreational buildings and uses. The proposed use fits with the listed uses outlined in the RF district. The size of the proposed campground does meet the allowable densities of a campground. After reviewing and considering the impacts on adjacent farming activities, staff feel that the proposal would not negatively impact the existing farm operations in the area. Clearwater County could require an environmental assessment report to address the sensitivity of adjacent lands. Campgrounds could provide for a more diverse local economy while promoting the county as a tourist destination. Section 12.2.3 and 2.4 allow the county to ask the developers to provide certain studies, such as a TIA, stormwater management plan, dust mitigation strategy. Regional Fire, along with other agencies, will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of this process. So our recommendation is that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1122-22 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson, and I should apologize right off the bat. It would have been entirely appropriate to have a round of introductions, and I'll go with Councillor Melhoff first.
Jenny Melhoff, the Councillor for Division 1.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Councillor for Division 4.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Hi, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Greetings, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Jose Reyes, Director of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Dustin Bisson, Planner.
Good morning, I'm Danelle Cole, and I don't know what you'd consider me in this case, sorry. Applicant, thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us this morning. Are there any questions of the Development Officer? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Councillor Melhoff was faster, but I'm wondering how many different titles are on this quarter already?
So they just went through a subdivision application just recently. I believe there would be a total of 5 titles as it currently stands on this quarter.
Thank you.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. At what point do we need to shift from it being an RF campground to it being a subdivision?
Based on the application package, we had addressed it. There is the possibility of looking at it as going to not a recreational district, there is another district in our land use bylaw that would support this if she was subdividing each of those titles. As currently is being proposed, she's just looking at doing long-term leases here. So that would be up to the applicant to apply for.
Thank you.
And Councillor Swanson.
Is the creek that runs along the south end, is that a named creek or an unnamed creek?
That is just actually a wetland that runs along the north, or sorry, along the south side of that property.
A fen? Okay. I know personally, just looking at this, I think it's a great initiative and just to start, and I think it's much needed in our county, so.
And I guess one question I would have, the intent of these structures are not permanent. This is recreation only or temporary. Is there a kind of an idea of what kind of percentage of the time they would be occupied?
I believe that would be, she has it included in her package here that this would be a long-term use, so I mean they could use it year-round. There is the 21-day provision in the RF district. However, I believe the applicant, when it comes time for the development approval process, she would probably try and get that waived and go to a longer-term stay. Sure.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I understand you're looking to do 7.15 acres. However, looking at the rest of that already subdivided off piece, is there some type of a farming operation that will be continuing around it to keep that to justify keeping that in the ag district?
There would not be any agricultural taking place. I don't believe. Perhaps I could turn it over to the applicant to answer that question.
Yeah, I will be having a residence out there outside of the rezoning and some very small, like chickens, a couple sheep, you know, some very basic, but nothing extraordinary. Thank you. Yeah.
Any additional questions, comments? Councillor Melhoff.
I would move that council consider granting first reading of bylaw 1122/22 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you for that. Councillor Cermak.
I appreciate you coming to council to put in a campsite and following our laws. I really appreciate that instead of you just going ahead and doing it. Thank you very much.
All right, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would concur with Councillor Cermak on that as well. This is something that I definitely would be curious of as to the neighbors' input on it. So I would support Councillor Melhoff's motion when it comes time to vote.
And that time is rapidly approaching. Any further comments? I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us this morning. So looking down the agenda, that brings us to item 7, and more specifically, item 7.1. And that is consideration of third reading, bylaw 1120/22, and that's the Broadband Council Committee. And I think, sorry, I caught a signal, but I didn't catch a signal. But at one time, I think, Councillor Ratcliffe, you were hoping to address council with some concerns or information. I could make that opportunity for you now or later, whichever you would prefer, but I'll give you that opportunity now.
Thank you, Reeve. Okay. As a fellow councillor and hopefully a valued member of this team, today I respectfully ask you not to vote in favor in a third reading of this bylaw. And these are my reasons. Fact. Administration, with the aid of their hired lawyer, has purposefully constructed this broadband committee bylaw to target me and to prevent me from being involved in any discussions regarding one of the largest projects this municipality has ever undertaken. I do not understand why administration is going to the extreme lengths to exclude me. I'm estimating that the legal costs so far are somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000, and I consider that an extreme length. I have considerable knowledge in the area of broadband. I do not have a pecuniary interest. Councils usually welcome members who have knowledge in certain areas, whether it be road construction, airport operations, farming, wastewater management, whatever. I fail to understand why a councillor who has knowledge in broadband would be put under a gag order through policy and bylaw. Administration should welcome a person like me who can ask the appropriate questions, to help ensure this very important project has a chance to proceed in the most fiscally responsible, low risk and efficient way forward. I don't understand why I'm being targeted here. Fact, it's a councillor's job to ensure fiscal responsibility and that county policies are followed. Administration has been preventing me from doing that around the broadband project since the election and has put a policy and now this bylaw before council to make it permanent. Fact, the rest of council has had the opportunity behind closed doors to be involved in many hours of legal discussion about the reasons for imposing this bylaw, that being the sole purpose to exclude me. This bylaw is targeting me, yet I've been excluded from these meetings. I have not been given the opportunity to understand and help resolve whatever administration concerns are. I have not been given the opportunity to defend myself from whatever I'm being accused of. Since I am the target of this bylaw, I would think the fairest, fastest, most cost-effective and prudent way of dealing with any concerns would be for administration to communicate with me, to have an honest discussion so that I can understand their concern and be involved in the resolution of that concern. Unfortunately, administration has never shown good faith by reaching out to me in that manner. Fact, there has been no wrongdoing on my part or by my family. Fact, if there ever comes a time when I or my immediate family actually face a situation where there is a pecuniary interest as defined in the MGA, I find section 170 the most clear, I would gladly and without hesitation follow the process outlined in the MGA. To remind council, the MGA clearly states that it is the sole responsibility of the councillor to declare a pecuniary interest. I'm greatly concerned that this council appears to be swayed by administration and administration's desire to remove me from the broadband project. Rather than respect me as an honest individual who will follow the MGA, honor my oath of office, and do the utmost to work for the taxpayers of our municipality. Through this administration's actions, there is an obvious attempt to discredit me and paint me as someone who cannot be trusted. Naturally, I take offense to this, and I believe any of you would too if you were treated in the same manner. Fact, I spoke to the Municipal Affairs Office. The advisor stated that interpreting the MGA to support the bylaw before you is extreme and that action was bullying. Interpretations of the MGA are tested in court and become case law. To my knowledge, no one has located the case law that supports the MGA interpretation used in the broadband policy or this bylaw. Fact, the Municipal Affairs Advisor said that it's extremely rare for an individual or corporation to be named or identified in municipal policies or bylaws, and that Clearwater may be the first. Fact, prior to being a councillor, I witnessed administrative processes that did not follow county policy or procedures and put taxpayers at great risk. I have seen this continue as a councillor, but have been prevented by administration from doing anything about it. These practices would fit many of the definitions of bad faith and wrongdoing in the county whistleblower policy. I have to ask myself, is it the fact that I'm aware of past wrongdoings and can recognize potential future risks the reason that administration wants me out? Just a moment. I ask council to put yourself in my shoes. Suppose you had expert knowledge of a subject area. You know the appropriate questions to ask to ensure our residents' tax dollars were used most efficiently. Suppose administration was fearful of your knowledge, afraid of the questions you might ask, and suppose administration knew that you knew past procedures were done incorrectly but hidden from the public. Suppose you couldn't be involved in your own defense. Suppose you didn't know truths or mistruths being told about you to your team. Suppose you felt like you were being backed into a corner. Suppose you understood the MGA and were following it, and suppose administration wanted to prevent you from doing your job as a councillor, and they did everything they could to turn your team against you. How would you react? I ask council to do the right thing and not vote in favor of this bylaw today. It's a bylaw that damages me, could be dangerous to the rest of you and to the county, and also it continues the great financial risk to the taxpayers. So I ask you to table this bylaw and respect our newly hired experienced CAO to have an unbiased review of the matter before proceeding with a vote on this bylaw. Our new CAO is the one who will have to deal with any fallout.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. I trust that was the extent of your comments. And I don't know if it's a place to get into a debate about things that you've stated as fact. I'm sure we could, now that you've stated those things, we could have some countering opinions on that. But I will say that the MGA is very clear in pecuniary interest. However, whenever there are areas that are in the gray area, things that haven't been, that path that hasn't been crossed before, the handbook says to consult legal. That is what administration did because they felt that there was a need to do that, and I certainly agreed with moving forward to protect the integrity of the decision-making process of council. And I think that's been a goal, and the goal I've seen at administration consistently, trying to protect the integrity of that decision-making process. And even though somebody may recognize that they do not believe they have a pecuniary interest, that other people may think differently on that. And we certainly have an opinion. I know you stated again today as a fact that you do not have a pecuniary interest. And I think, thank you for doing that. Other very strong opinions are that maybe you do. And I would never question your integrity. I believe you to be working in the best interests of the people that have put their faith in you to serve as councillor, and I would never question that. However, the interpretation sometimes leaves, is best in the hands of those people legally able to understand what the ramifications of all the decisions are. And Councillor Melhoff, I've been going off on a soapbox here for too long. I'll go to you.
That's all good. Thank you, Reeve. I would actually like to move that we table this to give our new CAO an opportunity to guide council on this bylaw, and we can continue this project forward, not have it stalled, utilizing the MGA as our guiding legislation.
Okay, so that is a motion then to table third reading. Discussion around that motion. We do have a motion on the floor. I will call the question. All those in favor of tabling third reading? And those opposed? That motion is defeated. So that takes us back to item 1 on the staff recommendation that council considers granting third reading of bylaw 1120/22 for the purpose of establishing a broadband council committee. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'll make that motion that council's grants third reading to bylaw 1120/22 for the purpose of establishing the Broadband Council Committee.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor, I'll go with Deputy Reeve Northcott. I haven't heard from you yet today.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So I'll be supporting this motion that's currently on the floor. With respect to all my fellow councillors, the provincial and the federal government there are billions of dollars in funding that are being released. I would like to see Clearwater County and the residents benefit from that funding. It's been close to 7 months. I haven't gotten or received any information in regards to the broadband project, so to be able to move forward and for the residents to be able to benefit from the funding, I would be supporting the motion that's on the floor.
And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Councillor Ratcliffe kind of posed an interesting thing from my perspective to put ourselves in his shoes. And I've kind of been pondering that in my head since he proposed that idea. And for me, I wouldn't have a problem if there was a gravel road committee that was created. It would actually take a lot of stress off of my shoulders. And so from that perspective, I am going to support third reading for this. I also believe that administration has moved forward appropriately with this, and I would support what they've done. And I believe that by doing this, we're protecting the county, the taxpayers, and the taxpayer dollars, I guess. So I will be supporting third reading.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Mr. Hagan, are there currently any open grants that the county can apply for, as suggested by Deputy Reeve Northcott?
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, there are. The county currently has, I believe, 6 applications into the Universal Broadband Fund. We have not heard any status on those by the federal government. We are awaiting announcements from the provincial government as to how their recent grant funding will align with the federal grant funding as well. As council is aware, we've recently been awarded UBF grant, Universal Broadband Fund grant, for the rapid response stream for the transport layer out to Nordegg. So administration is continuing to explore those possibilities and awaiting further announcements from the federal and provincial government as to their plans and eligibility requirements.
So there are actually no grant applications or no opportunities now for the county to apply for any additional grants for broadband?
There are 6 outstanding applications with the federal government right now.
Are we currently preparing any applications for broadband grant?
We will be ready to prepare those applications as soon as the eligibility requirements are announced and the process is defined.
Okay, so currently there are no opportunities now to apply for broadband grant funding?
Correct.
Thank you.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Graham brought up a great point, that she felt that she would love to have a gravel road committee to take some of that burden off her shoulders. However, she was able to use the MGA and recuse herself where required. That is proof that the MGA functioned where it was needed, and we were able to continue forward with any work that was pecuniary to Councillor Graham. And I echo again that we can continue to do the exact same thing with Councillor Ratcliffe and any pecuniary interest that he may have going forward.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I want to point out the great risk that the county currently is in. We have invested and committed somewhere between $12 and $20 million building backbone. At present, there's not a single home that has service off this network. If any of you looked at the PowerPoint presentation and understood that, the idea that private industry is going to invest to build the rest is simply not workable. Their returns on investment are shocking. They're just not going to work. So we've already spent a fair amount of taxpayer money, and to be able to get any return on that investment, at some point, we're going to have to spend untold millions more to connect the rest of those people. Council hasn't seen that. Certainly the taxpayers haven't seen that or have an idea. That risk is huge, and it's in our face compared to what would have to happen before there actually was a pecuniary interest in my case. So we're comparing a little risk of what might happen with something that really is in our face. So I just want to make council aware of that.
So I want to make sure we stay on the topic before us, which is third reading of a bylaw establishing a committee. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and if this is off topic, please stop me. Councillor Ratcliffe mentions that private industry is not going to come forward and do this, and the county needs to do this. For fiber to the home, for example, administration, please correct me if I'm wrong. I just don't know if I'm lost here, but if we have not approved that, and if we were to approve that, the county would be paying for that. And if we were to not approve that, that would be on internet service providers such as Councillor Radcliffe's family's company, if I'm correct.
Mr. Hagan?
I concur.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
I believe.
Go ahead, Mr. Ratcliffe.
I believe the practice that has been presented to council to date is that private industry would build the rest of the network beyond distribution, beyond the backbone.
Again, I think we're getting off the topic, but I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Yes, to Councillor Ratcliffe through the Reeve. I believe you are bringing up stuff that has been in past council's decision realm, and this council hasn't made those decisions. I know as being part of that last council round that we had, that particular council had information to make those decisions at that particular point in time, and that this council will be brought up to speed once the Broadband Committee is formed and understand where past council made those decisions.
Thank you for that, Councillor Swanson. Okay. Any further discussion? I think great comments here so far. I will be supporting this motion. For reasons just as have been outlined, that this is an important project to Clearwater County. And I believe we need to get on with it. And this is a path forward. So, any further discussion? I call the motion. All those in favor? And those opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to staff recommendation number 2, and that is that council considers appointing eligible members as per bylaw 1120, section 5, to the Broadband Committee. So do we have clarity on who those members would be? All right, any further discussion on this? I would be looking for a motion to that effect. Councillor Graham. Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Oh, those opposed? That motion is carried. Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I just wonder if we need clarity as to who the members are that are appointed.
Sure, we can do that. Relating to that line on the bylaw or that section in the bylaw, I would believe that it would, anybody that is precluded through business interests of serving in that, on that committee then?
So my suggestion, Reeve Lougheed, would be that council consider a further motion that defines who those members will be by name.
Okay,
Because it is council's responsibility to appoint the members.
Okay.
I appreciate the general motion showing the intent, but then who would decide
okay.
who those members would be
So I'm
if
gonna-
council doesn't?
Oh, I'll go to Councillor Swanson then.
Sure, then I'll make the motion that council appoints Councillor Melhoff, Graham, Northcott, Lougheed, Cermak, and Swanson to the council, to the Broadband Committee.
Okay, thank you for that. Discussion. Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. So that brings us down the line. That brings us into the interim CAO report. Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. First item on the report, Rocky Mountain House Pregnancy Care Center invites council to the grand opening for their new location in Rocky Mountain House on June 22nd from noon to 2 p.m. Should councillors wish to attend, authorization is required.
Okay, is there anybody interested in attending that? Councillor Melhoff.
I would move to authorize all council that is interested in attending to attend.
Any discussion? Then I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried.
Item 2 on the report, registration is now open for an elected officials education program, otherwise known as EOEP. It's a virtual course, regional partnerships, and collaboration. The course is recently updated to shift the focus from completing the intermunicipal collaboration frameworks, affectionately known as ICFs, to skill building for collaboration more broadly, provide participants with the skills needed to succeed in fostering collaboration with their neighbors. The course runs Wednesdays, June 8th, 15th, 22nd from 2 to 5 p.m. and council remuneration as per policy would be at the per diem rate. Third item, Municipal Development Plan, or MDP, Review Steering Committee, which includes all county council members, began meeting at least once per month beginning in April to provide direction on key issues and process for finalizing revisions to the MDP. Discussions have included estimated timelines for public engagement, deadlines for receipt of feedback, draft review, completion of draft bylaws for first reading, public hearing requirement, and second and third readings of bylaws by late fall of this year, 2022. Item 4, registration is open for the Central Alberta Economic Partnership, otherwise known as CAPE, for the 2022 Annual General Meeting taking place on June 17th, 8 o'clock in Innisfail. Motion authorizing attendance by councillors that were not appointed to the CAPE board is required.
Councillor Swanson.
As I am the appointed CAPE board member, I will make a motion authorizing any of the other, my fellow councillors that wish to attend.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Continuing on, item 5, Government of Alberta is replacing the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, formerly known as MSI, with the Local Government Fiscal Framework, or LGFF, beginning in the 2024-2025 fiscal year. While the Local Government Fiscal Framework Act establishes some aspects of how the LGFF will look, the GOA is engaging rural municipalities of Alberta, RMA, and Alberta municipalities to develop an allocation formula and approach to program design. With that in mind, RMA is hosting an LGFF member town hall webinar session on Wednesday, May 25th, tomorrow, from 3 to 4:30 for elected officials and members. The session webinar will provide an overview of the LGFF, the expected engagement process, RMA's proposed approach to the allocation, and will allow members an opportunity to provide input into RMA's engagement efforts through live surveying and open-ended discussion. Last item in the report, Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services welcomes new Fire Chief John Liadis, who begins work with Clearwater County on June 6th.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the interim CAO? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to accept his report for information. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Capital project status update. I think that's been circulated. Any questions from that? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just looking for some clarification on the Red Deer River Bridge attachment in Sundre. Were we working as a partner, as a contractor? Just with that being in Sundre and not within Clearwater County.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. To specify, that is looking to accommodate a crossing of the river at Sundre. Right now, it is part of our project. Clearwater County is funding that attachment. That doesn't rule out future partnership opportunities by virtue of having the core backbone extending through that area. But right now, it is simply a matter of crossing the river as opposed to drilling underneath it to continue that phase.
So just, sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Sorry, so just to clarify, this is the fiber attachment, not the railing attachment.
It would be a conduit
Attached
to the bridge to
for our
accommodate
fiber,
the fiber to go
for our
through.
fiber line.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you. Can I ask a follow-up? It says the Nordegg fiber network testing is completed. Do we have any projected timeline for potential users to be able to be lit up?
And the requirements of our grant do require that users be provided with signal and access to internet services. That doesn't necessarily mean the county needs to do that directly. One of the things that we're looking at first is erecting a tower in Nordegg, as council is aware, currently working with residents to find the best, most amicable location for that tower. That will be our quickest route to connecting people. Down the road, fiber to the home may be a possibility, but right now, initially, we'll be looking at wireless connection.
Okay, thank you.
Any, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Regarding phase one, with that CTI grant, have we received the funding for that?
Mr. Hagan.
I don't believe we've actually seen the cash come to us yet. My understanding is that the application is in its final stages of review, and so we're awaiting that approval and the cash flow that goes with it.
That's been ongoing for some time, hasn't it?
Correct.
Are we likely to be paid to receive that funding?
I believe it is a very strong likelihood that we will receive it, and that is consistent with council's decision to instruct administration to proceed with that phase based on the likelihood all along through the project of receiving that funding.
What's the issue that we have not received those funds yet?
The time and effort on the part of the federal government is out of our control. We have provided all the information that has been requested of us. We've answered all the questions that have been posed to us, and it's simply a waiting game, and Clearwater County is not unique to this experience. Other organizations are awaiting federal grant approval.
You
The
say
wheels of-
approval.
The wheels of government turn slowly.
Okay, what was the grant not approved? You used the word approval.
Correct. The application is still being reviewed by the federal government. We have not received formal approval yet.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions relating to the capital project status update? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Not a question, just a comment on how awesome it is to see all of the project status for Nordegg. That is, I'm loving seeing the progression of the area out there, particularly the fact that we upped the timeline on that. So it was great to see staff being able to rally and get it done faster than what they had originally anticipated. So that's great to see.
Great. Councillor Swanson.
And in regards to our regional wastewater system, congratulations to the administration on being conditionally approved for an Alberta Innovates grant for $500,000 towards the Leslieville wastewater upgrades. I think that is awesome, and hopefully we can capitalize on more grants in the future.
Yeah, I would echo those comments. Our administration is so effective at grant applications and being prepared for those criteria that come forward. We have an excellent staff that puts us in a great position to be able to be in a good position to be able to be successful in grants. So I appreciate those efforts. Any additional questions relating to that report? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to accept that report for information. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. The Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services report has been circulated. Are there any questions around that? Seeing none, I would be looking for a motion to Councillor Swanson. Oh, you'll make the motion. Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. So thank you for that. I will wait on the councillor reports for just a few minutes. And we'll skip forward a little bit to item 9.3. I believe we're joined by Susan Sampson, and she has sent a letter to us with concerns around the sales of fireworks in Nordegg and would like an opportunity to present some additional information and explanations around her letter. So would welcome you this morning. I'll do a quick round of introductions here, starting with Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Melhoff, and I am the councillor for Division 1.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Welcome, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Greetings, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
And thank you for this. I sent the email, and so to be able to walk in again and add to it, I really appreciate that consideration, Reeve, Council, and Administration. So I'm not going to belabor the points that I made in my email, but I just have a few additional things that as time goes on, you start looking around and you find out a few more things. Before I'm sorry, I kind of jumped into that. My name is Susan Sampson. My husband and I have a property in Nordegg, in the Nordegg North subdivision. And we also live full-time in the town of Sylvan Lake. I'm currently retired, I'm a grandma, and I do a ton of volunteering. And this is something, the fireworks is near and dear to my heart because I'm concerned, as you know from my email, and I thought I would, because I live in Sylvan Lake, it was no problem to come up here and address you in person. But where I want to start off with, in additional information, is the province has a fire protection area. And I don't have copies for you, but if you see the gray shaded area, It is quite a bit of the province, which includes Nordegg, and it does not include some of our major cities like Edmonton, Calgary, Red Deer. And in the Fire Protection Act, they clearly state that since 2017, the use of fireworks within the fire protection area, or the FPA, has been prohibited without permission from the forest officer. And they go into, they outline that, but also the federal government got involved in this as well. But before I go there, they talk about enforcement. So they have a fire protection area, and enforcement starts with you need to get permission, you need to fill out a form for a permit, you need permission from the local forest officer. And if everything goes wrong, enforcement is the Alberta peace officers may issue a warning or violation ticket under the Act. Violators can be ticketed up to $600. Individuals who knowingly contravene the Act and start a wildfire can be fined and prosecuted in the courts. Also, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police may also pursue additional charges under legislation that includes mischief or arson in the Criminal Code of Canada. So they're taking that fairly seriously. So following up on that, the Government of Canada has put out regulations concerning the acquisition, storage, display, and packaging of fireworks. And so this is mostly geared to consumer fireworks or low aerial fireworks. And the first thing that was interesting to me was that you have to be 18 years or older to purchase fireworks. But what they do also add to that is only persons authorized by the retailer may have access to the area behind the sales counter. They're clearly stating that, as I showed you in the pictures attached to my email, that fireworks sitting out on open shelf display or in low bins to be picked up off the floor is not allowed. And fireworks must be attended when the sales establishment is unlocked. So what you can infer from that is that, well, they would always have someone in the store, obviously, but they shouldn't be on display like that, where they're accessible to the public. They would have to be enclosed somehow, and there would have to be somebody behind the counter at all times. Like, as a consumer, you wouldn't wander behind the counter and make your own selection. You would be helped. So there's two things that are happening there that I did not address in my notes. The other thing I thought of after the fact was I said, so where are we really in relation to fires and injuries when we're talking fireworks? So on the web, there is a report called Fire Losses Related to Fireworks in Alberta specifically, from the years 2001 to 2010. And in those years, and they list them year by year, at the end of 10 years, there were 77 fires, specifically caused by fireworks. And the loss was valued at $1,400,000. So that was 10 years ago. So now we're 2022, and I speculate that what has changed in 12 years would be climate change. We have drier conditions out there. We have less water. We have more people living, working, and recreating in that area, and we have more visitors to that area. Those are some of the big changes. And so also following in on that, can we speculate what is going to happen now? Are we going to have more than 77 fires in the next 10 years, or are we going to have less? I don't know. That would just be my speculation. And the other thing, that is just the property. And I mentioned in my email, I talked about personal injuries. And there is a website called the Canadian Hospitals Injury Reporting and Prevention Program. And if I can just give you a few pointers out of that. Injuries associated with fireworks were sustained most frequently by 10 to 14-year-olds. people too young to buy fireworks, but certainly, obviously, not too young to use them. Of the injuries, this is going to be painful for some of you. 77.1% were males. Not going to go there, but anyways. The peak injuries happened in holidays surrounding Halloween, Victoria Day, and Canada Day. Many injuries occurred around the patient's own home. So I think about that when I think about how busy and how heavily populated Nordig and the subdivision is becoming. Many patients were injured when fireworks exploded while they were in their hands. Overall, the most frequent type of injury were burns, 61%, and the body part most often affected was the head, 40%. Injuries that required advice only or minor treatment accounted for 31% of the patients, where 56.6% of the patients required medical follow-up after leaving the emergency fire department, and emergency department, not the fire department, the hospital, and 12.6% were admitted to hospital. The percentage of firework injuries requiring hospitalization was approximately 2 times higher than the average of all injuries recorded on that database, the Canadian Hospital Database. Now, this particular additional information that I have brought along today, I would be happy to leave with the administration if there was more interest in what I've just overviewed, because you didn't have that in front of you. So in closing, fireworks are common. I just was reading the Western Star. I see a big ad for Caroline Supplies promoting the sale of fireworks just like that. I mean, we're in tough times right now. We're asking people to give up stuff that they love, you know, and they want and they're used to. And I know that and I get that, especially coming out of COVID. But, you know, we don't have to ask them to give it up completely. We can have professional commercial fireworks set off in a controlled environment by professionals, like we have had on major holidays in Nordig. I would say, I hope that we can move to that over time, because I would not be the one to want to recommend that we close this down immediately. I know from our experience in Sylvan Lake, we have to phase it out. Nothing happens overnight. But at the very least, could the County of Clearwater look to ensure, or get those who are responsible to ensure, that there is proper storage for fireworks, that the Fire Protection Act is in force, that officers out there are looking for permits for the general public to set off fireworks, and that we ask that it's enforced when it's not that case. And in closing, those were the additional remarks. And again, I thank you for this time to address you offhand like this.
Well, thank you for joining us this morning and some additional clarification. I think, and it's no pun intended here, but I think it sparked interest in an information item coming back to council in the very near future, I believe, on this item. So
great.
Thank you for that. Councillor Melhoff, did you have a comment?
I do. Thank you, Reeve. I appreciate your passion on this topic, because it's honestly individuals' passion that spearheads many programs throughout the entire province. It's my understanding that a CWC, so Clearwater County, has no actual bylaw on fireworks, that then they automatically become prohibited. So they're already actually prohibited in Clearwater County to have them shot off. They're not allowed to be shot off, is my understanding. Our peace officers can do the up to $600 fine. However, our safety codes officers can go significantly higher than that on their fines. I trust our enforcement officers for both our safety codes officers and our peace officers. We have a very, very vast region, so they're not going to get everywhere. It's just not possible. It would be cost prohibitive for us to have them everywhere. However, like Reeve Lougheed said, it doesn't mean that we can't look towards ensuring that they're being stored properly, et cetera. As far as who's setting them off, it's no different than somebody else buying kids cigarettes.
Exactly.
Or alcohol. So just because they aren't allowed to buy them doesn't mean they're not going to be utilized. But I definitely, I thank you for your passion on this.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for sharing with us today.
Great. I'll leave this additional information with your staff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
so
again.
much. While we're on item 9.3, as a matter of housekeeping, I would like a motion to accept that correspondence for information. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? Those opposed? I was in favor. Oh, you were, sorry, I missed your hand, sorry. That's carried. Skipping back again then, we'll go back to item 8.4 and Councillor Reports. And I know Councillor Melhoff has already circulated, as a number of other councillors have. Councillor Melhoff, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Reeve. As you stated, I have already circulated my report. I just wanted to touch on two different things. The Rural Connectivity Forum was fabulous. I learned a lot actually at that forum, and Clearwater County was actually given kudos at that particular forum for our security within our system. Cam was called out as being a wonderful advocate and secure of our system, so that was great to hear. And our Spectrum, spearheading the way for Spectrum. I really looking forward to an update on our broadband so I can understand all of these things we were getting kudos for. We're getting kudos on all these things, and I'm like, I have no idea what we're getting kudos for, so I'm looking forward to that. Search and Rescue had their AGM. They are an entire volunteer search and rescue team, and they put in 8,100 hours, man hours, and that's only the recorded hours. That's not all the other hours that they put in that aren't recorded into our area. So I'm so glad that this council supports that team, not just financially, but helping them with grants and wherever else we can help that team. And the rest is all in my report, and hopefully you guys had an opportunity to read through that. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. That way I'm not taking up all the time this time.
Any questions for Councillor Melhoff? Well, thank you for that. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. I'm just gonna piggyback off of Councillor Melhoff's because I believe that she included everything that I participated in. The Alberta Rural Connectivity Forum, I would concur, it was great. And I guess we already said the employee that was there with us. I was, excuse me, extremely proud of Cam there. He had so many people. He is clearly very well respected in the industry. He had so many people approaching him with questions, and he had answers to all of them. And many of the presenters pointed him out and put him on the spot, which I don't think he enjoyed a lot with the microphone, but he had great answers and great responses to everything. And it just kind of reiterated to me that the county is doing a wonderful job with this program. Everything that I've so far learned about it, it has been bang on with what they are saying industry should be doing, and I'm extremely proud of that. And the other thing that I wanted to touch on was the EAT tour. It was a pretty cool day for me, having gone to that in grade 4 and then presented at it when I worked for Ag Services, and then getting to go to it as a counselor, and my niece got to tag along to the Winchell farm, which was really good because they had all the baby animals. And it's such a wonderful tour. You can tell the students were so interactive, and I was actually impressed with the amount of answers that they knew to stuff, and it was really cool. And the best part for me, other than the baby animals, was probably the last group walking away from the one spot on the Winchell farm chanting Marty, Marty, all the way back to their bus. So that was a highlight, but kudos to the county and the Ag Society for doing such a great job putting that together. And also thank you to Community Services, I guess, for doing such a great job with the parade float as per usual. That is all.
Any questions for Councillor Graham? Well, thank you. And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Geez, my report will be short. I have to echo the egg tour with the 4th graders. That was pretty cool. That was neat. Attended the Bighorn Stampede and the parade in Caroline. That was great turnout. Lots of people. Weather was really good, and there's the county weed workshop tomorrow evening at the Dover Court Hall. That's all I have. So, sure.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Deputy Reeve? Well, thank you, and I'll pass it along to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Like some of the others of us, I attended the Rural Connectivity Forum put on by the Alberta Rural Broadband Coalition in Sylvan Lake last week. It was useful to learn what others around us are doing in broadband. I told them that I would consider serving on their board of directors. They were looking for people. Friday afternoon with the rest of council, we served food for the local law enforcement at their long weekend check stop. It was an honor to work with the king of the grill, Councillor Cermak. And then Saturday with the rest of council and her worship, the mayor of Rocky Mountain House, we rode the county float in the Caroline Rodeo Parade, all that organized for us. So it's great to see such an enthusiastic community. That's all I have.
Great. Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Well, thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I had a pretty low-key week, or 2 weeks. I spent a lot of it at the hospital, driving back and forth. But I was excited about the parade in Caroline. I think it was 45 minutes long. I'm not sure how many entries we had, but it was fantastic to see all the people out. Great. And the rodeo was great afterwards, too. That's about all I have to report on this week. Thanks.
Great. Any questions for Councillor Cermak? I heard there was some problems with the guy directing traffic on the west side of the community there. But other than that, great
Could
weekend.
be me. We did have a B train come up the back alley. And we managed to get him through.
Woohoo.
Kudos.
Councillor Swanson.
I circulated my report earlier. I'll just touch a little bit more on the Rocky Seniors Board meeting. So there is still vacancy at the Westview Lodge. We're getting increased inquiries about self-contained tenancy. So hopefully at some point in time we can raise our numbers in that regard. Of course, the upcoming Seniors Week will be, there's going to be some events happening there. So if you are free and you wish to pop by, if not for the car show on the 8th, then at least they're having a spring sale on June 10th at the lodge in the parking lot. I attended on the Thursday the Red Deer River Municipal Users Group. Typically, I have gone in the past in person. I attended virtually this time. Their guest speaker, Ralph Wright, was very, very interesting. I would highly recommend going to that weatherdata.ca. Talks about the weather patterns in our province from 1902 till present. He was asked about climate change in his regard, and he said his biggest pet peeve is that we take too narrow a timeline. We focus on 10 years when we should be focusing on the last 40 to 60 years. So if we look at it over a longer period of time, really and truthfully, we are actually getting into more of a wetter than a drier, and it does change when you look at it over the past 100 years. So very interesting comments. He said our hottest summers were the first 40 years of this century, and our coldest winters were in the first 40 years of this century. So anyways. And again, the check stop on Friday night was great. Thanks to Tim Hortons for donating the coffee that evening. That was great. And yes, the parade on Saturday was great. The weather was perfect. Not too hot, not too cold. And like Goldilocks says, just right. So anyways, that's it. Not too wet, yes. That's it.
Great. Any questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, thank you for that, and thank you to council for their reports. It was great to be out in the community again, many of those events we shared together, and then you report back individually on the ones not. Ultimately, it's great to see our community coming back alive, and it's vibrant right now. There's a lot going on, and that's good to see. Just to touch really briefly on a couple of the events that I went to. Of course, it was only a photo opportunity, but it was an opportunity to come together with the town in the renaming of the Rocky Regional Rec Center. So that you may see that photo out there, but it's great to come together and have a joint moment again, as was having the mayor on our float on the Bighorn Stampede or Bighorn Rodeo parade. Just touch very briefly, FCS is lending some funding support to Wildrose School Division on the violent risk assessment training for some of their staff. We have been plagued with a number of violent incidents in school in the news over the last month, so we thought it was important to make sure that the funding went where it went, or goes to where it's needed. Had the great opportunity to speak very briefly at the ARE 100-year celebration. A number of councillors were there as well. And it's incredible to see a school that's had 100 years on the same site. So it was great to be part of that. I know that school in a way is a little bit like coming home to me. My favorite teacher taught there for many years, and my daughter went there in kindergarten with the wonderful Miss Nelson. And so yeah, anyway, it was great to go back and renew some of those old acquaintances and make some new ones as well. So that's it for me. Looking for a motion to accept reports for information. Deputy Reeve. All those in favor? And that's carried. Takes us into correspondence. We did touch base on some of that, but there is two more items of correspondence there. Those have been circulated. Any questions, comments around that? Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, in regards to item 9.1, in regards to the suggestion to rename the Rocky Mountain House Airport, I would like to see that brought to the discussions at the ICC meeting as well in regards to the airport agreement, and have that level of discussion first and then brought back to the respective councils for a decision.
Okay, thank you. And maybe if I can ask you, was that letter made available to all the stakeholders with that, or was it only directed at Clearwater County? I'm just leafing through here very briefly, but
I apologize.
If not, it would be nice to forward that letter, I think, to all the Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. Yes, exactly where my thought process was going as well. I'd be happy to forward this to my counterpart, Dean Crouse, and include our partners in this.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just wanted to make a comment on 9.1 that if this is approved, we wouldn't really be losing any identity here, that it would be known as Rocky Mountain House Airport, CYRM, Fowler Field. So if there was any concern of losing local identity, that's not an issue. It would just be an addition to the name. Thanks, that's all I had.
Thank you. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I myself would love to see this happen, and I agree that'd be great to circulate this around. I'm curious if we would be wanting, or would it be prudent of us to circulate along with this, that whether our council is in support of this or not, or if that is premature.
Okay. And I'll go to Councillor Graham as well.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. If it's not premature, I will say my thoughts on it. I think it would be a wonderful tribute to someone who is such a huge part of the community. So when you guys go to ICC, I guess that's where my thoughts are on it.
And Councillor Swanson.
As I suggested earlier, I think it should be a discussion first around the ICC and then brought forward. I agree, concur. It's a wonderful tribute, and I agree with Councillor Ratcliffe. It's no loss of identity in regards to the airport itself, but have that initial discussion. Maybe more information will come to light at an ICC, and bring it back for both councils' resolution.
Thank you, and I think I'd thank Mr. Emmons for putting this out there in the picture frame of things to look at for that group. That would be terrific. I've sensed the consensus of council is that we would be supportive of potential renaming or additional naming, as the case may be. So, yeah, great. Any other thoughts on other correspondence? If not, I'd look for a motion to accept those items of correspondence for information. Councillor Graham? All those in favor? And that's carried. Gee, that brings us, Mr. Emmons. I got to get used to saying that again.
Thank you, Reeve Law. Just a point of clarity on that past item, Tracy Lynn reached out and confirmed along with Lana that the town is in receipt of this same letter from the author. So.
Oh, good, good. Brings us to item number 10, notices of motion. Would there be any notices of motion? Seeing none. Our next item is actually scheduled in, I believe, for 1 o'clock, delegation in. So we probably don't have time to deal with anything else in closed session. So we may just have, unless I'm looking to administration, if there's any other thing that we could fit in here, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Not that I see an opportunity to fit anything else in, but just a reminder that I believe you have some video recording.
I do have that, so that maybe allows a little extra time for staff to not have to use up their lunch hour as well. So maybe we will break then and I think return for 1 o'clock. Well, welcome back, everyone, after our recess. That brings us down to item 11 on the agenda, and that is a closed session. We do have a delegation that will be attending electronically, so I would need a motion to allow that delegation to attend electronically. Councillor Cermak was first. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Oh, sorry. Okay. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I just wanted to say I will be recusing myself for item 11.2.
Thank you for that. So that moves us into closed session with a motion. I would be looking for that motion to move us into closed session. Councillor Swanson, all those in favor? And that's carried. We shall move into closed session. Welcome back, everyone, from our closed session. There will be one motion potentially coming out of our closed session. I'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
Yes, the council directs administration to engage a third-party investigator for the code of conduct complaint.
Thank you for that. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's carried. That brings us down to the last motion of the day. Oh, sorry.
Could I have an administrative inquiry?
Sure, absolutely.
Sorry, Diddle. Could we have administration reach out to AEP and have a discussion with council in regards to the nodes out west? I know we had at the last meeting, it was the information given to us about the Alexo Saunders, and I believe it was the White Goat nodes. But since then, I've been really contemplating about the fact of why AEP is not talking to us about Nordegg, because that's where our biggest investment is right now, and I feel that's where the priority should be first before we start spreading out, because if we're doing our strategic planning and Nordegg takes up a bit of our strategic plan, it'd be nice to know ahead of time than behind. So if administration could allow council to have that conversation with the AEP, whether at a future meeting, that would be awesome.
And you've got enough to do that? Okay, great. Well, that brings us to the end of the day. Thank you all for your patience and for your energies and efforts here today. It's great having our entire family whole and back here again, and I look forward to the next number of months, years, decades, serving the community as a group. Thank you for that. Looking for a motion for adjournment. Deputy Reeve, all those in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you.